Hey, I'm Diggs on Twitch. If you want to support the channel and greensunzenith.com, you can find my Patreon, merch store, and single store in the video description. Alright, let's get right into it. And for this one, we can hide this. Nice. Hey, Vegeta. Doing well, thank you. A little bit tired, but really wanted to play this event and see how it goes. Playing a pretty stock green-white board. Not playing anything too out of the ordinary here. I chose not to go for Saga in this list because I don't want to open myself up to hate. Hey XJ, welcome. Yeah, I think that there's been a few good green-white depths lists running around that just aren't playing Saga. And I do like it because it does open you up to cards like Meltdown. And especially in green-white, I found that a lot of the time when I had the mana to make a construct, I much rather just do something with my mana than hold up the mana, so that's pretty good. I do need some coffee, yeah. I really should have gone and gotten one, but I didn't want to have like the caffeine all night, so it's a bit of a tough one. Probably the big change here is going up to the full 4 Mox Diamond in green-white. You don't usually see that, you usually see just the 3. I did this because I wanted the consistency of Mox Diamond on turn 1 against the Delver decks, which I assume are going to be in this PTQ a fair bit. It was also Delver that made me choose Maverick as a target in my mana base for things like Reclaim, Crop Rotation, and Knight of the Reliquary. And also for the 4-2 split of Prismatic Endings and Swords in the main deck, and Path to Exile in the sideboard for Murktide. Just want to make sure that I have a lot of answers to Murktide, because I think generally green-white does have a nice matchup against Delver, especially if you can be a little bit patient. You know, make your Reclaimers 3/4s, make your Knights 4/4s, play around days, just do the basics. Just make sure that you aren't trying to take time that you don't have, because there's nothing worse than playing around days the whole time and just losing because you weren't aggressive enough on your removal. But also, you know, respect your removal. We are playing 4 Swords to Plowshares, so you're going to make those, you know, the swords count when you draw them. So I'm a big fan of playing a little bit slower versus Delver than most players, potentially. The other card that I actually added in to this version was just the 3rd basic. I really like 3 basics in this deck because it means we can cast pretty much all our creatures and spells under a crop rotation, under a back to basics. Which is pretty cool, and it also means that we just have double green to run into if we get like Blood Mooned. Obviously the high counter forest in the deck mean we get to hopefully see it a little bit more, even if it's just a fraction, which is nice. And it also means, you know, if we lose a forest to Reclaimer or Crop or Knight in the early game, having a second copy is really nice. And then to the board, I think that Choke is just a really nice disruptor against these blue soup decks. Hey DN Silver. But I think 3 Choke is nice. 3 Choke means I'm definitely going to see it. And yeah, the 1 Paradox Zone, it's been okay. I was playing 2 for a little bit to see if I could actually see it in the games where I want to see it, like Bant. But you just never really draw it. And by the time you draw it, sometimes you're just winning anyway. But Zone's a nice one. I've gone over it a few times, but I do like that it's very hard to Prismatic Ending outside of being on 5 colors. It creates constructs that don't rely on anything else, which is nice. So as an example, Felidar Retreat relies on land drops. And yeah, just the surgical and 2 extra endurance. I don't want to die to combo. I don't want to die to oops. I don't want to die to reanimator. And I want to have something other than endurance that deals with stuff. Is it better than the white Court of Grace? My only reasoning for it is that sometimes Court of Grace can be awkward. Because if your opponent has a lot of creatures out, then you probably don't want to cast it. And it can be Prismatic Endinged, which is the main one. I'm just not particularly a fan of the Crown at the moment. But I know that a lot of players have been playing Court of Grace and been doing really well with it. So to them, congratulations. You've found a card that is obviously very good that I'm just a little bit too scared of playing. But again, patience is key. If you can play a card like Court of Grace and be patient and know when to play it and not get blown out, then props to you, because Court of Grace is a great sideboard card for green-white decks in general. For matchups like Bant, where you need that card advantage, you want that spirit or that angel, I believe it is. I think it's a 4/4 angel or a 1/1 spirit. But yeah, I think for me, as someone who likes to play a little bit safer, it is better than Court of Grace because, you know, Paradox Zone just makes dudes. I can't lose that ability. Yeah, that's the big reason why I like Paradox Zone. But all right, we are in, and let's do this. Streaming on the play, which is nice. And a pretty okay hand. We have some interaction with Maze and Wasteland. We have a Flagstones for Reclaimer if it resolves, which is nice, and then Green Suns to go and get hopefully some sort of bear. So pretty happy to keep this. Not too sure what my opponent is on, but not going to check or anything. Opponent kept 7. Good luck, opponent. Caracas. Okay, it's probably not the card that I wanted to see. And Prismatic Ending. Interesting. So now we have some options. Prismatic Ending Caracas most likely means Bant, not Death and Taxes. So I think here I just like Flagstones, Green Suns for we know what it is. I'm sorry. My tiredness is definitely showing, but let's focus. We're gonna play Flagstones, and we're gonna get another Reclaimer. I think that's a lot better than playing Wasteland. Nice. And then just passing. Having the green card for Endurance isn't too bad either with this Dryad Arbor. Hey, Mining Man, welcome. Paradox Haze, interesting. I'm not too sure what that card is, Stifro. I'm going to assume this is like the Abrupt Decay Assassin's Trophy joke. Volk, okay. Dragon Rage, okay. Looks like some sort of Jeskai deck, which is interesting. There is a world here where I rather... Oof, okay. 2 mana, 3 mana in total. We're getting very close to being able to just kind of go up here. My question is, I think because of the crop rotation, we can now pretty safely make this Reclaimer a 3/4. There is a world where I want to Wasteland the Caracas here. A lot of plays here. My opponent has played a Prismatic Ending, and now they played a Dragon Rage Channeler, which makes me think they have cantrips in hand, and they want the added bonus of Dragon Rage Channeler in play. So that makes me want to take them off the Volcanic Island in case they have kept like a 2-lander here, and you know hopefully don't have the other red spell. But obviously dealing with the Caracas here is quite nice as well because it really hits our game plan pretty big. So a few options. I don't mind just Wasteland on Volk and pass, and then finding another Wasteland for the Caracas down the line. We do not play Loam in the deck. We should, hopefully, have the deck list on screen from Cupboard Live. I could double Wasteland this turn if I really wanted to, but I'm pretty happy just holding up Reclaimer here. Saga, okay. Well, that's fine. Alright. So we can sack Flagstones. I'm probably not going for the combo just yet. I might as well get, like there's a world here where I get Wasteland. I don't mind this, because it also turns off the Saga next turn. They most likely won't have 2 mana for it, so I think just getting Wasteland here is better. And then the following turn we can go and get Thespian Stage and then Dark Depths. Windswept. Ah, nice chase. That's actually good feedback for James. So we're definitely dealing with the Caracas now. Could do it upkeep, but I'm not really playing around Stifle or anything here. And then probably just playing Windswept Heath out. That allows me to have up both crop rotation if I need it and Elvish Reclaimer. And I'm also just going to fetch now as well. Just so my opponent can't respond and we get caught in some sort of awkward position. But looking pretty strong here. And they just don't have another land. Wow. Well, now we're in a pretty fantastic position. I could have cropped last turn if I wanted to play around Force of Will, but to be fair, like, if they have Force of Will, they have Force of Will. There's no real point of talking about turns here. And I think I kind of have to do it, because if they have Pithy Needle off the Saga, that's a little bit tough. But I definitely should have done this last turn, because now we're also not playing around Force Negation, which is a pretty bad play. Well, they're playing Standstill. Interesting. They keep a card on top. So if they have Needle, it's a little bit awkward. I think here I'm supposed to use Stage to copy the Forest. And I kind of want to do it now before they have a chance to play Wasteland. When does this actually trigger? I wish it actually showed it. I think it's the first thing, main phase 1. Do they have a chance to play a land yet? No, they don't. Okay. Yeah, cool. So I have a few options. I can go and get Thespian Stage and copy Urza Saga here. I can use Thespian Stage to copy Forest. So if they get a Needle, they have to name either Elvish Reclaimer, Thespian Stage for future Thespian Stages, or Forest for this one. The only thing about chaining, I guess we have 1 Plains left in the deck. That's not the worst either. Oh, we are playing Field of the Dead though. This isn't a Field of the Dead list. Yeah. I guess if I really knew about this, I should have attacked last turn. Thanks, Dan. Definitely feel a little bit just off. But like the crop, they had the Force, so cropping in their end step definitely wasn't too much of a misplay. But here the Needle's a little bit rough. Reclaimer. There's a world where I could like endurance them, but not worth it. And like try to block, but yeah. That's definitely a start. I kind of want to get the Dried Arbor online. But I also don't want to just like lose the Dried Arbor to a Daze. I could potentially just Green Suns for another Elvish Acclaimer and start the beatdown plan. I don't mind that. Yeah. Tundra. Brainstorm. Not too worried. Oh, okay. Hey Jerry, a huge thank you. Too kind. I'm not too worried about Murktide because of this Mazavith. My opponent has to find a Wasteland as well. So I don't think if they play like a fetch here and fetch straight away, which to me signifies Murktide, I have to Endurance pitching the Dried Arbor. I think I have time to give this a little bit more. And thankfully that Ponder means that they can't cast the Endurance this turn. Pitch another Standstill. Okay. Down to 3 cards. Could just draw Dark Depths, let's be honest. Oh, Knight of Autumn's pretty nice. I think I'm more happy straight up to play Arbor. Attack with both. They're gonna double block. Okay. Sure. And then before damage, let's see if we can Endurance. Guys. I think I'm okay trading with one here. And then just passing back. I think to win this game, my opponent needs like land into Murktide and then just Wasteland Maze. Maybe potentially Evoking was just better there. Like maybe the Dried Arbor here isn't doing enough with the Knight of Autumn. But at least like land next turn allows me to Knight of Autumn and hold up Elvish Acclaimer, which is kind of nice. Now I can hold up Reclaimer with Maze, which is kind of nice. So if they want to like waste on the Maze, we can just turn that into Dark Depths. Like even a Daze there from my opponent on the night. Stalls are so long, which really sucks. Interesting. They didn't attack with the Murktide. I didn't see that coming. I thought they'd attack with both creatures. Like maybe they think we can make it Dark Depths this turn somehow. I'm going to sack the Dryad Arbor. It's the land that's like most open to removal. And I don't want to make this now because we have already seen a few cards, so I'm pretty happy to hold up Swords to Plowshares here and the Dark Depths combo. It doesn't play around Wasteland, unfortunately, but I'd rather play around like Prismatic Ending than Wasteland. Caracas is already in the bin, which is nice. Needle's in the bin. There's even a world where I wait a turn to get Yavimaya online so I can Dark Depths and also... Ooh, Ending. They're going after the Reclaimer. If they're doing this... I think that I'm happy to save the Reclaimer here. Because it means they have another removal spell. And then we still have one step left over. Pretty happy here as well, just to Swords the Murktide. Because I'm going to have to use Sajiri Step for Pro Red. So the gaining life doesn't really matter there. And now we get Bog, which is huge. Which also makes this Dragon Rage Channeler no longer have flying. They lose like the chance to play another Murktide, which is huge. And again, we can just pass back here with Thespian Stage open. They're going to Ponder now. So I still don't have the mana to use Reclaimer and Thespian Stage, so I'm just going to hold up Stage. If I had both, I could go for the combo here and then have protection through Step for another creature. But this play doesn't play around Wasteland, which is huge. Hey Rain, welcome. Hope you're well. Hope everyone in chat is doing well. Play a Saga. They chose to not shuffle as well, which is interesting. Alright. I mean, if they have Swords to Plowshares, then we gain a bunch of life, which is kind of nice. Okay. That's very true. We can just let the channeler get through, attack, and then just swing back with Pro Blue. Hey Shark, thank you. We could Wasteland off that as well, but I might want to keep Wastelands in case they play one to start that sort of chain of being able to remove their Wastelands. Hey, Autonomy, welcome. Alright. Guess it's beatdown. I want to stop. Do have to play pretty quick as well. I could copy Saga as well. That's definitely an option. Maybe go for the Saga route instead of the other. Because, yeah, this is going to be tough to get through now. Yeah. It could just be Saga beatdowns now. Because we don't have a great way to grow this. I think I will get my own stage. Green Suns is nice here. Oh, I didn't really need to fetch there, but that's fine. So this is interesting. I could also go and get just Wasteland straight away off Ramanap. I think that's better. But there is a world where they just go to town with these constructs now. Definitely a tough one. I feel like I missed a few chances here just to win with the 2020 by being a little bit patient and just having the protection of Swords to Plowshares. But with Double Sword, it's pretty tough. Yeah, maybe making it 2020 was the trap. Yeah, I think forcing them to use both swords is... If I knew about a double sword, I definitely would. Okay, I think it's just Dark Depths play Reclaimer here and pass. This kind of gives me like two mazes in a way, because one deals with the construct and the Dark Depths just deals with the other. So here, there is still steps in... There's one step left. But again, I'd probably rather play around those prismatic endings than anything else. We haven't seen Wasteland yet either. Just gonna double check what we have. Okay. Hey Rav, welcome. Yeah, pretty late one, to say the least. Retro is gonna be tough. Retro is gonna be tough. To be fair, should be going after their white sources as well. I think it's just one mana for them to, yeah, sack a servo. So I get to make them use it this turn, which is nice. And then just maze my Marit Lage. Oh, they can actually sack it as well. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Little plays here that just... Sleep is definitely a thing, but I just have to do better. Probably want to turn that plains in... it's tough, because like Flagstones is okay, but we we know there's no lands left in the deck unless we endurance ourselves. Yeah, I like keeping it up for step as well. It's definitely interesting. I think, again, it's just going to be... Tower Magistrate would be sweet. Shadow Spear would be sweet. Definitely some splash cards you can play to make sure you get there. I don't think Mox is relevant here. Does allow us to double reclaim it if needed. Tower of the Magistrate gives your creatures or a creature protection from artifacts, so you can get through Thopters or other things. Step is in the but I believe we have a second step because there's currently one Sejiri step and the deck plays 2. Could have also played... Oh, we played the Wasteland for turn. It's all good. Knight's a really nice pickup. I'm also going to play this Knight now around Days. I guess I could have played the Mox Time and then held up the Maze. That's just correct as well. Sorry, guys. So 1 stage, 2 stage, 3 stage. They have the sword. Sure. Classic. Time's definitely relevant here. So I can definitely see why my opponent is playing it out. Could do multiple things there. I could copy it with Thespian Stage if I really wanted to. But now I can nearly put lethal on board just by playing Endurance here. And I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to force it. Interesting. Game went much longer than it had to, so I apologize for that. Also could have played that in the bin. Just little things. Just little things that kind of happen when you're in a bit of a rush. Nice, a good rookie game one. Just get out those cobwebs and just hope for a little bit of tighter play from me. Sylvan Library's a big no. Deck just really aggressive. Happy for the parts. Endurances are fantastic as just blockers and also for graveyard hate. The Moxes I don't mind. They do allow us to play a little bit around days, especially on the draw. Knight of Autumn can come out. Sylvan Safekeeper I don't mind. Especially seeing Swords to Plowshares, Karakas, cards like that. There's a world where my opponent brings in Surgical for Dark Depths, but they probably have enough answers that they're going to be okay with it. That was a big night. I think the biggest night on the channel has been a 24-24, which is pretty nice. Mox is, yeah, potentially very, very bad against that. I don't mind a choke on the draw. This might just be it. We did see Needle though, so there's a world where the Knight of Autumn is actually okay. Yeah, Knight also dealing with Saga is really nice. I don't want to be bringing in Force of Vigor, but I think that Knight could be good. Hey, DN Solver, thankfully got up. I think I will keep in some amount of Mox. I'm going to drop 1 Dark Depths and Safekeeper. No, I am going to keep the Safekeeper. Because we are playing the 61 card special. Hey Kaiser. It sounds pretty nice. I'm going to keep this. Can go for basics early on and still have swords, which is nice. Ragavan. Okay. Have some options here. Probably just want to try to swords the Ragavan. But Maze is also interesting. Maze obviously dies to Wasteland, but not the worst. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Did that just happen? It did. We're playing Delver. Mana's not too bad either. I don't think Maze is too bad. It forces them to have Wasteland, and if they don't, from next turn onwards, we can also hold up crop rotation, which is pretty cool for the Maze. And yeah, time is a big thing as well. If I was my opponent, I'd be attacking because then it makes me have to Maze every turn as well. Probably just a bolt on Arbor here. Swords, okay. Pretty nice. There is a world where I should bog my opponent pretty soon, but having the flagstones with crop rotation is really nice here. We'll take the 1. No creature? Okay. Nice. Wasteland myself. Okay. I'm happy just to play out the combo, let's be fair. Banner. No, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. We can Green Suns for Reclaimer here. And then we have Forest up to crop rotate the flagstones away to put the 3rd land in the bin if they try to... if they try to deal with our Reclaimer with a Bolt. The nice thing here... Oh! I will say, though, that having that Safekeeper in the deck is really nice. Yeah, it's interesting that they didn't, like, hardcast Force there. Maybe they were thinking of another card to hardcast Force, if they did have Force. Hey, Marcus. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Like this, I'm pretty happy to try to keep alive with Crop. Or at least see if Crop resolves here. They're gonna force it, that's fine. This is all fine. They have 1 card left. We have the Wasteland for Saga here, which is nice. Oh, no, 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 no! No! Oh, I 6'd. Please don't find something good. Okay, that's fine. Apologies, chat. Knight, okay. I'm just gonna get rid of this. I could try to, like, copy it first, but this is all fine. They have 0 cards in hand as well. This Knight's huge. Thanks, Mapson. A huge thank you. Too kind. There's been a lot of punts in this game, and I really apologize, because it's just, like, you play a Super PTQ because you're gonna play, like, good, competitive, tight Magic, and it's just been, it's been awful. It's been awful, I will admit. Alright. Nice. We will bog my opponent. Happy to get Green Suns for Sylvan Safekeeper into play. Just hardcast Force. Okay. Not too bad either. I do get the free attack in here. Okay. We have multiple ways to win here. I think we just go with Knight. There's a world where they draw like the extra force here, but I think it's okay. Like, we got 5 minutes, heaps of time. I can also go up next turn, thankfully. And I can play around Prismatic Ending, which is nice. We can trade the forest away for Yavimaya, and then these two tap for 2 lands. So, yeah, that's their last card. Very nice. Well, we did it, team. We played pretty poorly, but we got there. That is definitely a game to review because there's a lot there to review. I'm very fortunate. HG Butt, thank you very much for the GG, but the well played, I will take away from you because that was pretty horribly piloted. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Come on, man. Come on. Useless. That was horrific. That's actually a really good game for how to not play Depths. So it's probably good to have that sort of resource. I'm just going to chew on this bar for a bit. A huge thank you to you guys for coming in and watching. Thankfully, only what looks to be 1 round left, so... and a pretty okay hand. We have some interaction with Maze and Wasteland. We have a Flagstones for Reclaimer if it resolves, which is nice, and then Green Suns to go and get hopefully some sort of bear, so pretty happy to keep this. Not too sure what my opponent is on, but not going to check or anything. Opponent kept 7. Good luck, opponent. Caracas. Okay, it's probably not the card that I wanted to see. And Prismatic Ending. Interesting. So now we have some options. Prismatic Ending Caracas most likely means Bant, not Death and Taxes. So I think here I just like Flagstones, Green Suns for we know what it is. I'm sorry. My tiredness is definitely showing. But let's focus. We're going to play Flagstones and we're going to get another Reclaimer. I think that's a lot better than playing Wasteland. Nice. And then just passing. Having the green card for Endurance isn't too bad either with this Dried Arbor. Hey, Mining Man, welcome. Paradox Haze, interesting. I'm not too sure what that card is, Typho. I'm going to assume this is like the Abrupt Decay Assassin's Trophy joke. Volk, okay. Dragon Rage, okay. Looks like some sort of Jeskai deck, which is interesting. There is a world here where I rather... Oof, okay. 2 mana, 3 mana in total. We're getting very close to being able to just kind of go up here. My question is... I think because of the crop rotation, we can now pretty safely make this Reclaimer a 3/4. There is a world where I want to Wasteland the Caracas here. A lot of plays here. My opponent has played a Prismatic Ending, and now they played a Dragon Rage Channeler, which makes me think they have cantrips in hand, and they want the added bonus of Dragon Rage Channeler in play. So that makes me want to take them off the Volcanic Island in case they have kept like a 2-lander here, and you know hopefully don't have the other red spell. But obviously dealing with the Krakis here is quite nice as well because it really hits our game plan pretty big. So a few options. I don't mind just Wasteland on Volk and pass, and then finding another Wasteland for the Krakis down the line. We do not play Loam in the deck. We should, hopefully, have the deck list on screen from Cupboard Live. I could double Wasteland this turn if I really wanted to, but I'm pretty happy just holding up Reclaimer here. Saga, okay. Well, that's fine. Alright. So we can sack Flagstones. I'm probably not going for the combo just yet. I might as well get, like there's a world here where I get Wasteland. I don't mind this, because it also turns off the Saga next turn. They most likely won't have 2 mana for it, so I think just getting Wasteland here is better. And then the following turn we can go and get Thespian Stage and then Dark Depths. Windswept. Ah, nice chase. That's actually good feedback for James. So we're definitely dealing with the Krakis now. Could do it upkeep, but I'm not really playing around Stifle or anything here. And then probably just playing Windswept Heath out. That allows me to have up both Crop Rotation if I need it and Elvish Reclaimer. And I'm also just going to fetch now as well. Just so my opponent can't respond and we get caught in some sort of awkward position. But looking pretty strong here. And they just don't have another land, wow. Well, now we're in a pretty fantastic position. I could have cropped last turn if I wanted to play around Force of Will, but to be fair, like, if they have Force of Will, they have Force of Will. There's no real point of talking about turns here. And I think I kind of have to do it, because if they have Pithy Needle off the Saga, that's a little bit tough. But I definitely should have done this last turn, because now we're also not playing around Force Negation, which is a pretty bad play. Oh, they're playing Standstill. Interesting. They keep a card on top. So if they have Needle, it's a little bit awkward. I think here I'm supposed to use Stage to copy the Forest. And I kind of want to do it now before they have a chance to play Wasteland. When does this actually trigger? I wish it actually showed it. I think it's the first thing, main phase 1. Do they have a chance to play a land yet? No, they don't. Okay. Yeah, cool. So I have a few options. I can go and get Thespian Stage and copy as a Saga here. I can use Thespian Stage to copy Forest. So if they get a Needle, they have to name either Elvish Reclaimer, Thespian Stage for future Thespian Stages, or Forest for this one. The only thing about chaining, I guess we have 1 Plains left in the deck. That's not the worst either. Oh, we are playing Field of the Dead though. This isn't a Field of the Dead list. Yeah. I guess if I really knew about this, I should have attacked last turn. Thanks, Dan. Definitely feel a little bit just off. But, like, the crop, they had the Force, so cropping in their end step definitely wasn't too much of a misplay. But here, the Needle's a little bit rough. Reclaimer. There's a world where I could, like, Endurance them, but not worth it. And, like, try to block, but yeah. That's definitely a start. I kind of want to get the Dried Arbor online. But I also don't want to just, like, lose the Dried Arbor to a Daze. I could potentially just Green Suns for another Elvish Reclaimer and start the beatdown plan. I don't mind that. Yeah. Tundra. Brainstorm. Not too worried. Oh, okay. Hey, Jerry, a huge thank you. Too kind. I'm not too worried about Murktide because of this Mazavith. My opponent has to find a Wasteland as well. So I don't think if they play like a fetch here and fetch straight away, which to me signifies Murktide, I have to Endurance pitching the Dried Arbor. I think I have time to give this a little bit more. And thankfully that Ponder means that they can't cast the Endurance this turn. Pitch another Standstill. Okay. Down to 3 cards. Could just draw Dark Depths, let's be honest. Oh, Knight of Autumn's pretty nice. I think I'm more happy straight up to play Arbor. Attack with both. I'm gonna double block. Okay. Sure. And then before damage, let's see if we can endurance. Guys. I think I'm okay trading with one here. And then just passing back. I think to win this game, my opponent needs like land into Murktide and then just Wasteland Maze. Maybe potentially evoking was just better there. Like maybe the Dryad Arbor here isn't doing enough with the Night of Autumn. But at least like land next turn allows me to Night of Autumn and hold up Elvish Reclaimer, which is kind of nice. Now I can hold up Reclaimer with Maze, which is kind of nice. So if they want to like waste on the Maze, we can just turn that into Dark Depths. Like even a Daze there from my opponent on the night, stalls are so long, which really sucks. Interesting. They didn't attack with the Murktide. I didn't see that coming. I thought they'd attack with both creatures. Like, maybe they think we can make it Dark Depths this turn somehow? I'm going to sack the Dryad Arbor. It's the land that's, like, most open to removal. And I don't want to make this now because we have already seen a few cards, so I'm pretty happy to hold up Swords to Plowshares here and the Dark Depths combo. It doesn't play around Wasteland, unfortunately, but I'd rather play around like Prismatic Ending than Wasteland. Caracas is already in the bin, which is nice. Needle's in the bin. There's even a world where I wait a turn to get Yavimaya online so I can Dark Depths and also... Ooh, ending. They're going after the Reclaimer. If they're doing this... I think that I'm happy to save the Reclaimer here. Because it means they have another removal spell. And then we still have one step left over. Pretty happy here as well, just to Swords the Murktide. Because I'm going to have to use Sajiri Step for Pro Red. So the gaining life doesn't really matter there. And now we get Bog, which is huge. Which also makes this Dragon Race Channeler no longer have flying. They lose like the chance to play another Murktide, which is huge. And again, we can just pass back here with Thespian Stage open. They're going to Ponder now. So I still don't have the mana to use Reclaimer and Thespian Stage, so I'm just going to hold up Stage. If I had both, I could go for the combo here and then have protection through Step for another creature. But this play doesn't play around Wasteland, which is huge. Hey Rain, welcome. Hope you're well. Hope everyone in chat is doing well. Play a Saga. They chose to not shuffle as well, which is interesting. Alright. I mean, if they have Swords to Plowshares, then we gain a bunch of life, which is kind of nice. Okay. That's very true. We can just let the channeler get through, attack, and then just swing back with Pro Blue. Hey Shark, thank you. We could Wasteland off that as well, but I might want to keep Wastelands in case they play one to start that sort of chain of being able to remove their Wastelands. Hey Autonomy, welcome. Alright. Guess it's beatdown. I want to stop. Do have to play pretty quick as well. I could copy Saga as well. That's definitely an option. Maybe go for the Saga route instead of the other. Because yeah, this is going to be tough to get through now. Yeah, it could just be Saga beatdowns now. Because we don't have a great way to grow this. I think I will get my own stage. Green Suns is nice here. Oh, I didn't really need to fetch there, but that's fine. So this is interesting. I could also go and get just Wasteland straight away off Ramanap. I think that's better. But there is a world where they just go to town with these constructs now. Definitely a tough one. I feel like I missed a few chances here just to win with the 2020 by being a little bit patient and just having the protection of Swords to Plowshares. But with double sword, it's pretty tough. Yeah, maybe making it 2020 was the trap. Yeah, I think forcing them to use both swords is... If I knew about a double sword, I definitely would. Okay, I think it's just Dark Depths play Reclaimer here and pass. This kind of gives me like two mazes in a way, because one deals with the construct and the Dark Depths just deals with the other. So here, there is still steps in... There's one step left. But again, I'd probably rather play around those prismatic endings than anything else. We haven't seen Wasteland yet either. Just gonna double check what we have. Okay. Hey Rav, welcome. Yeah, pretty late one, to say the least. Retro is going to be tough. Retro is going to be tough. To be fair, should be going after their white sources as well. I think it's just 1 mana for them to, yeah, sack a servo. So I get to make them use it this turn, which is nice. And then just maze my Marit Lage. Oh, they can actually sack it as well. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Little plays here that just... Sleep is definitely a thing, but I just have to do better. Probably want to turn that plains in... it's tough, because like Flagstones is okay, but we we know there's no lands left in the deck unless we endurance ourselves. Yeah, I like keeping it up for step as well. It's definitely interesting. I think, again, it's just going to be... Tower Magistrate would be sweet. Shadow Spear would be sweet. Definitely some splash cards you can play to make sure you get there. I don't think Mox is relevant here. Does allow us to double reclaim it if needed. Tower of the Magistrate gives your creatures or a creature protection from artifacts, so you can get through Thopters or other things. Step is in the air, but I believe we have a second step because there's currently one Sejiri step and the deck plays 2. Could have also played... Oh, we played the Wasteland for turn. It's all good. Knight's a really nice pickup. I'm also going to play this Knight now around days. I guess I could have played the Mox Time and then held up the Maze. That's just correct as well. Sorry, guys. So 1 stage, 2 stage, 3 stage. They have the sword. Sure. Classic. Time's definitely relevant here. So I can definitely see why my opponent is playing it out. Sure. Could do multiple things there. I could copy it with That's Mid Stage if I really wanted to. But now I can nearly put Lethal on board just by playing Endurance here. And I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to force it. Interesting. Game went much longer than it had to, so I apologize for that. Also could have played that in the bin. Just little things. Just little things that kind of happen when you're in a bit of a rush. Nice. A good rookie game one. Just get out those cobwebs and just hope for a little bit of tighter play from me. Sylvan Library's a big no. Deck just really aggressive. Happy for the parts. Endurances are fantastic as just blockers and also for graveyard hate. The Moxes I don't mind. They do allow us to play a little bit around days, especially on the draw. Knight of Autumn can come out. Sylvan Safekeeper I don't mind. Especially seeing Swords to Plowshares, Caracas, cards like that. There's a world where my opponent brings in Surgical for Dark Depths, but they probably have enough answers that they're going to be okay with it. That was a big night. I think the biggest night on the channel has been a 24-24, which is pretty nice. Mox is, yeah, potentially very, very bad against that. I don't mind a choke on the draw. This might just be it. We did see Needle though, so there's a world where the Knight of Autumn is actually okay. Yeah, Knight also dealing with Saga is really nice. I don't want to be bringing in Force of Vigor, but I think that Knight could be good. Hey, DN Solver, thankfully got up. I think I will keep in some amount of Mox. I'm going to drop 1 Dark Depths and Safekeeper. No, I am going to keep the Safekeeper. Because we are playing the 61 card special. Hey Kaiser. This hand's pretty nice. I'm going to keep this. Can go for basics early on and still have swords, which is nice. Ragavan. Okay. Have some options here. Probably just want to try to swords the Ragavan. But Maze is also interesting. Maze obviously dies to Wasteland, but not the worst. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Did that just happen? It did. We're playing Delver. Mana's not too bad either. I don't think Maze is too bad. It forces them to have Wasteland, and if they don't, from next turn onwards, we can also hold up crop rotation, which is pretty cool for the Maze. And yeah, time is a big thing as well. If I was my opponent, I'd be attacking, because then it makes me have to Maze every turn as well. Probably just a bolt on Arbor here. Swords, okay. Pretty nice. There is a world where I should bog my opponent pretty soon, but having the flagstones with crop rotation is really nice here. We'll take the 1. No creature? Okay. Nice. Wasteland myself. Okay. I'm happy just to play out the combo, let's be fair. Banner. No, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. We can Green Suns for Reclaimer here. And then we have Forest up to crop rotate the flagstones away to put the 3rd land in the bin if they try to... if they try to deal with our Reclaimer with a bolt. The nice thing here... Oh! I will say, though, that having that Safekeeper in the deck is really nice. Yeah, it's interesting that they didn't, like, hardcast Force there. Maybe they were thinking of another card to hardcast Force, if they did have Force. Hey, Marcus. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Like this, I'm pretty happy to try to keep alive with Crop. Or at least see if Crop resolves here. They're gonna force it, that's fine. This is all fine. They have one card left. We have the Wasteland for Saga here, which is nice. Oh, no, 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 no. No! Oh, I sixed. Please don't find something good. Okay, that's fine. Apologies, chat. Knight, okay. I'm just gonna get rid of this. I could try to, like, copy it first, but this is all fine. They have 0 cards in hand as well. This Knight's huge. Thanks, Mapson. A huge thank you. Too kind. There's been a lot of punts in this game, and I really apologize, because it's just, like, you play a Super PTQ because you're going to play, like, good, competitive, tight Magic, and it's just been, it's been awful. It's been awful, I will admit. Alright. Nice. We will bog my opponent. Happy to get Green Suns for Sylvan Safekeeper into play. Just Hardcast Force. Okay. Not too bad either. I do get the free attack in here. Okay. We have multiple ways to win here. I think we just go with Knight. There's a world where they draw like the extra force here, but I think it's okay. Like, we got 5 minutes, heaps of time. I can also go up next turn, thankfully. And I can play around Prismatic Ending, which is nice. We can trade the forest away for Yavimaya, and then these two tap for 2 lands. So, yeah, that's their last card. Very nice. Well, we did it, team. We played pretty poorly, but we got there. That is definitely a game to review because there's a lot there to review. I'm very fortunate. HG Butt, thank you very much for the GG, but the well played, I will take away from you because that was pretty horribly piloted. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Hand is pretty sweet. Turn 1, Yav into a Reclaimer. Turn 2, Library, Dark Depths, or Stage. And then turn 3, just have the combo. So, pretty happy. Thanks, Map. All the best. XJ, you too. Hope you're all doing well. And enjoying some Legacy. Something about it. There's something about it. How come you're not playing Julian? What time is it in Germany as well? I'm in Germany. Oh, it's nearly 3 PM. That's pretty nice. Gives you green-black flashbacks? Yeah, definitely. 3 o'clock? Nice. I do like that El Dorde said 2:58, because it is 2:58, Julian. You gotta grab those 2 minutes and you're gonna make the most of it. Just chilling, doing some website work. Very cool. Very cool. Delver. Okay. Hey Aether, a huge thank you for the Prime sub. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Opponent obviously having a pretty big think about their hand. Ending we can't cast, crop maybe down the line, but it's going to be something like this. Yavimaya into Reclaimer, stage into Library, and then probably just hold up Dark Depths. I think best case is we get to hold up, if we find like Mox and land, we can then hold up crop rotation on turn 3 as well after we look at Library. Actually eating a recipe I got from the Everyday Eternal Discord. I have heard that the Everyday Eternal Discord is a great place to find recipes. I believe you said that on a podcast, and then I actually checked it out and I was like, this is actually really nice. Like I could have this up in like my kitchen or my laptop and like going through a few different things. Very cool. It is like a little bit rough if it's like, you know, Wasteland on Yavimaya pass. I don't think my opponent would do that, but I don't think there's a world here where I have to hold up the crop. You play Green White Depths on Legacy? Very cool. From Brazil. Alright, opponent kept 7. Delver. Oh, okay. Well, now this is interesting because now we get the chance to either like the Mox here allows us to play the Sylvan Library around days. It allows us to play the ending into Sylvan Library if we wish. And then we still have crop rotation and Reclaimer to find either piece of the combo, which is kind of cool. So I probably don't mind not going for the Dark Depths straight away and going for a world where we play like Mox Library next turn ending, hold up crop. We're definitely playing the stage. That's an easy one. But the Mox changes things a little bit. I like Mox here. Playing it a little bit slower, but I think we have the tools here to do some good things. Pitch Dark Depths. Play Library. Then I can attack for 1 here, which is nice. A little bit slower, but this is not a turbo deck, so I'm okay with this. No flip. No flip is pretty big. Okay. Could just find Dark Depths here as well. That would really make things nice. Yeah, I don't think there's any world there where I ending because I don't want to play the ending into days, and I don't really want to like waste the ending on the Delver. I think there's a lot better targets like Dragon Rage, and drawing the swords here is really nice. Another Mox. I rather the land because I want to sack a land to crop. So put the Mox on top and pay this. I also don't want to sack the Yavimaya. Oh, my bad. I meant to use the ending there. I was supposed to use the ending there. I apologize. That's just a misclick. I thought it was ending. That's why I've done it in my turn here. Hey Kai, welcome. I apologize, team. That's just not on board. I should have also cropped in my main phase to see if I wanted to attack with the Reclaimer or not, because if the crop resolves, I just go for Dark Depths. If it doesn't, I hold up 2 mana for Reclaimer, so apologies for that. I think I'm pretty happy just to hold up Reclaimer. Ah, you missed it? Tough. You would have been a top contender to say the least. I'm going to respond to this with forest. And then crop away the forest. Oh, okay. They haven't played a land yet. They most likely... I'm going to play around Wasteland here and just go for it. Instead of playing around Caracas. Yeah, nice. Okay. So, like, some little misplays there again, which just... You can't afford in these tournaments, man. Come on. Alright. Pretty much the same as the last one. 2 Path are really nice. I like 1 Choke. I like the 2 Endurance. The libraries, I just don't really enjoy. The Moxen, I'm happy to go down on. And the Night of Autumn just isn't really relevant in this matchup. So really, a little bit more interaction, take things slow. A bit slower. And on the draw, just bringing in the 1 Choke. But probably bringing in a 2nd on the play. Probably don't want all 3. That's mainly for the control decks, but I think this is going to be okay. Tabernacle's interesting as well, but probably not the route I want to go. Right, only the 1 Choke. It's not a card I really want to see in multiples, especially on the draw. Delver probably has to be the beatdown in this matchup, and Choke can just be a card where if you cast it when they have creatures out, you're probably just going to go for it. Probably just going to like die on the swing back, so I like bringing in more on the play, but we are playing 61. Yeah, I find with decks like this where you can tutor a lot, the 61st card, you know, allows you not to be able to do anything. Do I ever trim on crop? I sometimes do, definitely. Having flagstones definitely gives you a bit more, there's less of a blowout with like force of will or counter magic because you get value off the flagstones. Interesting hand. It is a 7. It has removal. It has flagstones, which is kind of nice. It means it's like a white source that can't be wastelanded, or if it does, it's usually good value. Having the endurance is pretty nice, but we have no acceleration. Like, what's the plan here? Like, we prismatic ending on turn 2 to play around days. Then turn 3, we don't really do anything. Ramanap is definitely a turn 4 play, because I want to play a land from the graveyard, most likely that Windswept Heath. Good mana is half the fight, that's very true, especially against Delver. I don't mind seeing where this hand goes. Like, if they turn 1 Ponder, then it's a pretty nice hand. Okay. Again, happy just to take the time here. No flip. Okay. Still happy to respect days here. Night. Now this is an interesting one. I think because it's double Delver, I want a prismatic ending a Delver here and not the Dragon Ridge Channeler. Just because the 6 in the air is the main threat right now, not the advantage of Dragon Ridge Channeler. So I think I'm going to end ending a Delver first. And then if that resolves, potentially work towards a Path to Exile. There's a world where I also just go for Path here. But again, I am at 19, so I'm pretty high. I think we can like untap, play around days, and then the following turn play a 3-drop around days. Maybe even get Knight up to a 4/4, which would be really nice. They're going to brainstorm, which is interesting. Okay. So the Delver definitely flips here. Tycho Records. It's amazing how many people in chat pick up on Tycho in the background. I very much admire it because Tycho is a very good artist that I highly respect. If there's one thing I wish about Twitch, it's that I could just play Tycho all stream and not have to worry about DMCAs, I believe they're called. That'd be cool. So here's the big one. I think this time we play the step and hold up path, and then next time we just get to play endurance around days and then endurance again. Hey Runcore, very cool to see you in here. I have heard of that, and I probably should take advantage of that. Because it does sound very good. The fetch here makes me think they're gonna go for a Murktide. But I think I'm okay with that. Because we have the path for it. Oh, we're gonna fetch them Brainstorm. They've been a Murktide. Surely they have one in hand then. Hey, thanks, Sahar. Too kind. They've been to Murktide. I feel like I should endurance here because Murktide can really take over this game. Like maybe there's a world where I shouldn't have parked there and just taken the 6 and gone to 8. And I don't mind keeping the Ramanap. The Knight we have multiples of at least. So I'm just going to endurance now to play around them casting it in their second main. But binning the Murktide makes me think they have another Murktide in hand, and they just don't think that this one's relevant if they have no graveyard after. Like maybe they thought that they just have enough clock in play that the second Murktide isn't going to do anything. Sure. It's pretty nice. Opponent thinking about forcing this potentially. Wow, going down to 1 tide, pitching the Murktide, nice. Alright. Opponent might be on Wasteland, just trying to take us off the green mana, but that's a pretty huge one for my opponent. Expressive. Expressive on the top is huge. Delver. So Delver 1 card. Crop. I think we just have to go for Ramanap here and get back a land. Nice. Force. Alright, in response, I'm going to crop away the flagstones. Because I want to go and get Maze of Ith. They kept in Force Negation. Interesting. Oh, but now they... This is fine. No, it's not. We have to draw a removal spell here. Oh! Alright. Alright. Okay. Okay. So we know the 1 card in hand is Force of Will. So let's go with Flagstones. Just going to Endurance now. Swords 1. Attack. Jeez, that was close. We're also at 2, so like, you know, Bolt just does it here. Ramanap does it. There's definitely a few things. Oof. Oh, they have the Hardcast Force. That's fine. Okay, that's fair. I guess we could... Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to get back Windswept Heath here, because that gives us Dryad Arbor as a blocker for a dashed Ragavan. I guess they do have the Wasteland, but there's a world where they tap incorrectly. But I really need to get about that 2 life, because, like, there's a few cards that just, yeah, like, Iteration is a great card here. That Bolt range, I know. Alright, they be digging. Chose to not shuffle. Alright, you got me, opponent. Tough. On the play, I like the extra choke. I don't mind going down on 1 crop. Just having another quick look. Crop's just so nice though, especially with Maze of Ith in the deck. It could potentially be Green Suns, to be fair. I don't really want to cut the amount of like Reclaimers or Endurances or Knights in the deck. And I think 2 Moxen still is more than fine. But could potentially just cut out the Moxes and just make sure I have some amount of value in the deck. Like maybe 1 library. I think especially with having the extra removal in the deck of Path to Exile, there are games there where we just kind of come to nothing. So top decking against Sylvan Library is actually quite nice. Even if I'm not paying, just the ability to sort of dig a little bit and maybe find some removal or find that threat that I need. A fantastic hand. A really nice hand. I'm going to keep this. Turn 1 Reclaimer, turn 2 Flagstones, or turn 1 Reclaimer, turn 2 Reclaimer and Wasteland. Opponent kept 7. Good luck, opponent. Ragavan. Did not expect that. Oh, okay. I don't mind this. There's a world where I don't even need this, though. I don't mind playing a second... No. So there's a world where they attack to try to trade, and we can trade the flagstones away for a... you know what it's called. Step? But I think I'm going to play it a little bit safer. Maybe not. Maybe let's hold up the flagstones here. There's a lot of different plays here. I kind of want to hold up Reclaimer, but if they attack, we block and then go get step, but they respond to us. They respond to the step trigger by bolting this. But then we have a land in the bin. We untap. We have an extra land. I don't mind getting the flagstones value here. And like keeping this, especially when this can be Caracas, keeping this for like a Dragon Rage Channeler or a Delver, I'm pretty happy with. Happy to make them have the bolt. That's fair. Okay. Aggressive, but okay. No. I'm not going to allow them to daze this to their hand. I can now play the Reclaimer because now it's a 3/4 and I don't need to use the Prismatic Ending, which is quite nice. Hey June, I like your enthusiasm. I definitely thank you for that. Sure. Sure. And again, this is where we want to be. Nice. This is fine. Happy to get the library down first to play around days, and then just probably wait. I could Prismatic Ending this, but interesting. Ah, Min, too kind. Too kind. Opponent has 4 cards in hand. I think I'm happy to wait here. 9 out of 10 players would not take the same line is the exact type of clickbait Green Sun Zenith needs, so I like this. Ponder, okay. See what the Ponder does. No tick up either. Very interesting. I mean, if I could hit a DRC with this Prismatic, I'd be very happy. Because it's definitely very funny as a green player playing against Delver for a lot of years. I used to despise turn 1 Delver, but now it's like a big like, woof, we're good, we're good. Okay, drew a card they wanted, now they're pondering again after a fetch, so new cards. Chose to not shuffle. Okay, so Delver's set up. They're not attacking this turn, which is fantastic. Maybe we can draw like a Wasteland. Ramanap's pretty good. Crop's pretty good as well. I think the play this turn is just ending on the Delver and then hold up Reclaimer. But I'm in a position where I think Knight is better than Reclaimer or Excavator, especially when paired with Crop and Reclaimer. But it's definitely interesting. I'm not playing a 3-drop this turn. That's easy. I think it's going to be the Knight, especially because Knight just doesn't die to Bolt. That's pretty huge. So here we get to Prismatic the Delver. Nice. Play a step. Which does now show my opponent that they're all on the table. I could potentially go for a Green Suns, but I'm happy just to hold up Reclaimer here. Wonder. There's even a world where I just turn this step into a bog. I don't mind that. Also gives me a shuffle effect, which is quite nice. But taking them off this big graveyard is pretty nice. And this Ragavan hasn't hit yet, which is huge. Endurance is nice, even just as a creature effect. Sword Splashes is fantastic. Wasteland's really nice. So now we're in a really nice spot. I probably don't want to pay for all of these. But I do like taking my opponent off, like, the Volk. But let's just have a look at our mana. We'll have one green source. Ragavan is just chilling. There's a world where I can actually just go, put on top. I probably want to wait. I probably want to make my land drop, though. I think Endurance just isn't at the right time. I'm going to pay for the sword. Now I can get aggressive as well. Yeah, we can also get Yavimaya, which is nice if we really wanted to. I'm going to take them off this second Volk, though. This definitely isn't a game that I'm going to win with the 2020, so I don't really care about the Wasteland, especially seeing we have both colors in basics. The only sort of role that Wasteland was providing was allowing me to swords through days, but at this stage of the game and with Knight in play, I don't really care about that. Unless they have, like, Submerge. It's probably the only card that really gets them in a good spot here. I mean, honestly, I think it's just play Knight, attack with both creatures. Nice. Why not pay with step instead of basic planes? That's a great point. Yeah, there is a world where they like wasteland me off the step and then play a creature that I want to sword straight away, so that's definitely very true. They are going to submerge this Knight. I think I will try to sword to Ragavan in response. There's a world where I don't need to, but there is also a world where they find like a lot of cards off this swords. Off this Ragavan that, okay, well that's pretty nice. I think just Ragavan hits so many good hits there that it's worth doing this. They can just dash, that's very correct. Yeah, I shouldn't have gone for it there. I should have waited for them to go to, yeah, attack phase. Just like, I'm definitely getting a little bit lucky here because I am making mistakes that have a huge impact on games of Magic. And thankfully, some of the nice plays in these games have paid off, but geez, we are playing sloppy tonight. I'm sorry. Yeah, pretty nice. Pretty nice. I mean, I think Reclaimer there just showed how good it is as a 1-drop. Ugh. Now the question is, and this is a realistic question for all of you, do I have 15 minutes to go to Macca's drive-thru and get a coffee? Because I'm dying for a coffee, but I'm kind of scared. You do? Okay. All right. Well, chat, I'm going to get a coffee because I very much need one, but I'll be back very soon. How do you do one of these? Up against Yama? Yama. Doomsday. Okay. Well, a lot of combo from this player. So I'm pretty happy to mulligan this. Not that great either, but yeah, I think if I know it's Doomsday, I kind of want to mulligan a little bit. We do have the 2 endurance, but that's kind of it. The only real way to get up against Doomsday is like a sneaky crop into Wasteland and take them off mana when they didn't think they had that available. Like, is this hand just like turn 1 Safekeeper, turn 2 Reclaimer? They mulligan to 5 cards. There is a world where they know that I'm on a fair deck and probably mulligan to like a ritual into Doomsday line. I am going to keep this. I'm going to bottom this step. I think it at least has a plan that if all goes well, we can maybe combo off turn 4 and then attack turn 5. Ponder. Chose to not shuffle. Knight of Autumn. Pretty dead here. I don't think I'm supposed to just crop into Wasteland here and Wasteland my opponent. But I'm not sure if I'm supposed to Green Suns here. Because Green Suns into Dried Arbor turns on turn 2 Knight of the Reliquary if we draw it, which turns on turn 3. Crop into combo and Knight into combo. So I think it actually is just going to be ramping. This also turns on the ability to hard cast an Endurance if I need it. Definitely a tough one. Definitely a matchup where I'd much rather be on the Black Splash with Hand Disruption and just a bit of a faster combo with Hex Mage. I think best case is my opponent plays a Lotus Petal out for some reason and we draw a Mox Diamond. So we can cast Knight of Autumn, hit the Lotus Petal, and then crop for Wasteland as well to take them up the Underground Sea. But I feel like this is going to be us having to try to just draw into Endurance here and have something. Tough. We have some cards for Doomsday in Choke and Endurance. I don't mind Oof, because there is a plan against them to just go for their mana. I don't think I need the Teeg. Really only stops Force of Will. But usually if they're going for it, they're either going to play Daze or Pact. But I definitely don't mind the Chokes. I think that is better than things like Swords to Plowshares. Doesn't do it. Oh, they give us a turn. Okay. Is there any point holding up? I don't believe so. I think I'd rather swing and just put them like they have to just go off next turn, which I assume they do. I don't think this Wasteland of the Underground Sea has stolen the game by any means, but I'll definitely play to my outs of attacking for lethal next turn. Okay. I can hope. Yeah, the misdirections are very interesting. I definitely didn't expect those. Swords can be relevant against Thassa if they like go to cast it with just they have 2 cards left. It has to be Force, right? Well, I guess we get to check. Pact. Okay. Nothing we can do. Take out the swords. Bring in Endurance. Oof does something, which is nice. We can also drop on things like Mazavith. And most likely Caracas. Definitely Chokes. I like all Chokes. That might be it. The endings can hit Petals. Which isn't like the worst. They do something. My opponent might play out Petals to play around something like Thalia early on. Surgical's interesting. Surgical's tough without having access to like hand disruption. Hey, thanks, Grid. Too kind. So this was the version they played last. Teeg for Force of Will is okay. Yeah, maybe like Teeg is just better than like the endings, and maybe like a Surgical isn't the worst. Yeah, I do like that Choke at least disrupts. That's what I'm looking for. Some sort of it. Choke does seem too slow, but I think it's a case of just Choke being a little bit better than what we're taking out, like Swords to Plowshares. Surgical over Bog, yeah, that's a good one. Sylvan Library a little bit too slow as well, but if there's time to actually look at Library and maybe find Endurance, I think it's just worth it. Ramanap can most likely come out. Maybe we just try to actually we're playing 61, so there we go. Yeah, Choke has text and is a green card. I'm not going to keep this. It does have Endurance, but just the Flagstones alone is pretty rough. No. No. Sure. I mean, not great, let's be honest. But we have, like, potentially double endurance. And yeah, drawing into library here would be quite nice if we can get it. Oh, they're just going to go for it now for Petal? Hey Shen, sorry I didn't see you before as well. We got up against Jeskai Delver with Oza Saga, and then we got up against Blue Red Delver. And now we're in a tight spot with Doomsday. It has to be green card. It just has to be green card next turn. Doomsday! It is. It is. Cool art. I do like the original art though. This is like a small upside of playing Ghost Quarter in Green-Black Depths is that you can usually hit the basics as well and try to get a shuffle out of them and buy some time. Jeskai, I assume, was not running Mentors because we saw the full suite of cards like Delver, DRC, Murktide, and that other one. Ugh. Maybe there's a world where we get to buy a turn. Okay. Maybe they don't have Daze and Pact? Or we just draw a green card here? Oh my gosh. Sometimes we deserve this, so. I could definitely fetch to increase the chances of drawing it, but I didn't. I can check the exile for days. One. Oof. Yeah. Like, I could potentially endurance in response and then endurance again to buy some time. Maybe that was the correct play. That's a tough one. Another turn. Wasteland? Library. I think instead of attacking for 1 here, 1 does stop like 2 Street Wraith. But I think I'm probably happier just to play Knight around. Probably don't really care about days, to be fair. Endurance, my turn to turn off Pact. Yeah, it's definitely the play. Yeah. Yeah, Velox, that's definitely the play. I just totally missed it. Stifle? Oh my gosh. Come on, man. Way better. Terrible. Terrible sequencing, Dougal. Yeah, thank you, Julian. Oh my gosh. Like we have, I think this is okay. Yeah, head crab, 100%. That was hard to watch. I apologize. That's 100% on me. I don't mind this hand. Turn 2 library, turn 3 choke. Interaction, a way to dig, and some sort of pressure. Like green suns off the top for Dried Arbor would be really nice. Opponent goes to 6. Were they digging for land? Okay. Hey Shark, thank you. Too kind. Apologies, chat. I definitely got to myself there. We want to show chat. No, we want to show game log. Maybe they just couldn't beat 2 endurance. They chose to shuffle. Okay. They're playing at the Lotus. It was the Macca's coffee. Hey, thanks, Zach. Too kind. I assume what happened is my opponent could not play around. I guess we could draw Mox Diamond here and then cast the choke. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, I believe they thought Thoughtseize could beat the 1 endurance we had, but we had 2 endurance. I assume that was it. Interestingly enough, my opponent, both games, have given us an extra turn with their Doomsday pile. So they haven't gotten Doomsday, give us a turn, untap, win. They've gone Doomsday, let us have a turn, they have a turn, we have a turn, they have a turn to go off. So hopefully we do get a chance to potentially cast this choke if we don't draw into Mox Diamond. But it also has to be relevant. Like if my opponent untaps and then does nothing, then these lands, like the choke does nothing. So you can definitely see how it can be really slow, especially on the draw. One days. No Pact of Negation. Alright. Can we draw a Mox Diamond? No. We just go for Library then. Okay. That's not too bad. So I could Endurance them now to put 2 more cards back into their deck. But then they take the choke. But then I play the Knight of Autumn as a 4/3, which is a 2-turn clock. Make them make the choice. Check their pile. Hey Eli, welcome. Okay, so 4 personal tutors. They have 1 force, 2 force, 3 force, 4 force. They have no forces. We see 1 days, but we didn't see like more than 1 days otherwise. I mean, I guess there is a second days there. There is no there's definitely a Pact of Negation there. Yeah, I think we Endurance. Pitching the Safekeeper. And then have 2/3 drops next turn. I think Library as like a bait spell is fine for the days. And if we get to untap with it, then that's also pretty nice. I mean, they take choke, we draw choke, potentially? Turn too late. Now this is interesting because we can play a Mox, play Ramanap, get back Flagstones, which then turns on next turn Green Suns for Endurance. Or we can play Knight of Autumn, which kind of turns off Street Wraith. 1, 2, 3. They could just be on 3 Street Wraith, because Edge of Autumn's here as well. You like Knight? Let's just have a quick look. We got 16 minutes. We got time here. I believe when we started up this, they showed us the last deck that they played on. And they were playing with 2 Street Wraith, 2 Edge. And it looks like they've gone here for a split of 1, 2, 3 Street Wraith and 1 Edge of Autumn. So the upside of playing Knight as a 4/4 means that next time we get in for 2 damage, we get them down to 2. And then we get to play Ramanap and then swing in with both creatures the next turn, hopefully. If we play the Ramanap this turn, off the Mox Diamond, get back the Flagstones, it also means we swing for 2 next turn, put them to 4, and then we still need another attack step to win. So both of these take 2 additional attack phases, but the Ramanap play turns on Green Suns for endurance. Hey, back, welcome. I think just because of that, and getting the extra mana, and having access to Green Suns off the top for 3, I am going to go with the Mox Diamond play into Ramanap. You would still play around Days? I can't really play around Days here, but I can, like, get rid of the Ramanap because it's the lesser threat. And then potentially even choke next turn plays around Days. I should have also remembered the cards that went back in. I think it was land and Days, potentially? Days and Doomsday. Okay. Hey, Colby, welcome. Oracle with 4 left? Interesting. They have a double Oracle pile? Oh, Cropwort for Wasteland I don't think does anything here. But it's definitely interesting. Is there a way to pump this up? There isn't. I guess that's the reason to play the Knight, is that they double Thacid, and I just didn't think of it. It is currently 1:20 AM. So they got double Thassa. Oh, we can double Wasteland. We can double Wasteland. Look at you, chat. Too good. I think it is just double Wasteland. Yeah, that might even be good enough. There's a world. There's a world. I'm not even gonna look. I'm not even gonna look. Yes! Yes! Chat lethal! Chat lethal! Say it with me! Chat lethal! Chat lethal! Too good. Too good. Oh my gosh. Chat lethal. Where are you? Where are you? Who's the first person? Who is it? Who is it? Spyman? Wasteland is wonderful here. We get double Wasteland. There we go. You guys. Too good. Too good. You'd love to see it. All right. Good luck, people. Up against Peppy team. Yikes. One lander. I am going to mulligan this. Okay. pretty happy to keep this. We also have a pretty nice hand. So this is an interesting one, because I do have the combo with Yavimaya, which just is a turn 3 combo. We do have Swords for interaction and a Knight. But the thing is that if I want to go for the swords, then I have to delay the combo for 1 turn. So I think here I like bottoming the Dark Depths. So we have turn 1 Windswept, turn 2 possibly draw another land to pitch to the Mox, and then play Stage and play Knight. I'm gonna keep. And I am gonna bottom the Depths. Alright, opponent kept 7. Hey Bruno, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Second Swords. Not great. I went to the store and bought cheese and crackers just... I'm not going to play the Yav. I'm going to play the Stage and pass. I don't want to drop the Yav to the Mox either. Hey, Sed, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. Let chat me know where you're from. Flooded Strand Tundra. Okay. Taking it pretty slow. Claimer. Interesting. Brazil? Nice. Sure. They're on Hull Day? Interesting. Swords. I believe Hull Day is a mix of Hull Breacher, Day's Undoing, and Narset. They chose to shuffle. Oh, they missed a land drop? Oh, if there's a time to draw a Wasteland here or a crop rotation, we are there. Oh, not what I wanted. Shark Typhoon. Okay. They find a land. Crop. Oh, okay. Well, that turns on the combo, which is really nice. We're just going to pass here. Because we can crop the Savannah into Dark Depths, and then these 2 lands tap, which is pretty cool. I assume we just go for swords here. But at worst case, we swords, they force in response, and then we just crop for another Savannah. So I think we just let this resolve. Because best case is they're just putting this into play to hopefully untap and draw into Day's Undoing. Sure. But if we've got to be a little bit cautious here, because I don't want to lose my only white source and then have them like Swords our Dark Depths and then just untap and Days Undoing. So I definitely have to think about this. I'd love to see them tap out. Hey Ivan, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Caracas is a fantastic draw. And that really changes everything. A little bit of an awkward hand, for sure. But at least one crop can get Dark Depths and then one crop can get Wasteland, so... not the worst. The Fairy makes this a little bit tougher. I think potentially last turn, the better play was to just use Stage to copy Savannah instead of using the Swords and the Hellbreacher. I think I'm actually just happy to allow this to Fairy, unfortunately. Which also makes these Mox Diamonds just really, really poor. I'm actually going to copy the Snow-Covered Plains. No, because it's still going to... It won't untap under back to basics, so... And I think with these lands in play, I don't have to worry about back to basics either. I'm probably going to cast a Mox next turn just to see what they do. Yeah, rip our land. 100%. These blue-white decks are always going to be tough for depth decks because of the presence of things like Caracas, Swords to Plowshares, Prismatic Ending. Jace? Snap. Ponder. I think next turn we're just going to Swords the Snapcaster Mage so they can't bounce it with Teferi and just gain some, like, you know, draw one and then Snapcaster back something else. Definitely interesting. I think I keep this. We haven't seen red yet, but it's definitely possible that they're running either a red splash or a green splash. Okay. I'd rather the land here than the Mox Diamond because of Teferi bounce. Shark? Okay. That's fair. Thankfully, we can just answer this with Prismatic Ending. They chose to shuffle, which is good for us. I'm going to cast the Mox and see what they do. Nothing. Cool. Knight nice here because I assume that it's bounced with Teferi again, but like with Yavimaya in play, we can sacrifice the step to Knight, which is pretty cool because it is a forest. Okay. Well, now I don't mind just double Reclaimer. I could also bog my opponent if I'm really scared about Pajuka Bog, but Snapcast Mage, sorry. But I think I'd rather just keep the crop for either Wasteland or Dark Depths, depending on what we draw. Dress Down also just an amazing card for us. I definitely feel behind. I definitely feel behind. Yeah, I think I felt behind. We're in turn 12. I felt behind on turn 2. Second to Fairy. Interesting. Okay. Maybe they'll upkeep Days Undoing. That could be the play. I think missing land drops is a huge one. But at least I can try to see some more cards out of my opponent before we concede. But yeah, I think just hitting land drops, playing a little bit slower as well, and getting to a stage where we can have things like Sylvan Safekeeper online. But it is very difficult. They have like probably 4 Swords to Plowshares, maybe up to 4 Prismatic Endings. To start, takes care of the Caracas. The issue as well, like Teferi with Prismatic Ending just gives them a really nice out to Marit Lage without having to swords it. Opponent didn't tick down on Narset, which is really interesting. I could have kept these back as well. Like, they do have lethal on board, but the extra seconds do definitely add up. Looking at the sideboard as well, like, Chokers is really strong here. Endurance is probably okay. I don't think I need the Surgicals. Paradox Zone is really nice. All right. I don't mind trimming in this matchup. I definitely don't want the Moxes, so I'm happy to bring in all Chokes. Paradox Zone. Force I don't mind because I do expect back to basics. I think I would have gone for Safekeeper there. There's a world where like drawing like into Dark Depths could potentially get there with the lands we have left over with Safekeeper, which is pretty crazy. I'm going to drop the Maze. Teeg's interesting, but it doesn't really stop. It's pretty much like 3-ball. A lot of their stuff is just under. I could potentially drop a Wasteland, but I don't think that's worth it. I think I'd rather have... Yeah, I did cut Maze. All I'm thinking about is Surgical, but I don't think I need Surgical. I think I'm happy to run this back and just hopefully just hit my land drops. That's all I want to do. Maybe the hand was a little bit more different if we bottom the Mox. But I thought our chances of drawing a land in the first 3 turns for that Mox was high. It was not. No, all good HG bud. Yeah, Paradox Zone is nice. Main choices for it is that it doesn't rely on anything else for the tokens. This is a pretty sweet hand. Yeah. Turn 1, probably just Green Suns for Dried Arbor. Turn 2, we get to play Flagstones and Safekeeper, and then start getting the combo going. Be very interested to see if they actually attack this Dried Arbor or not. It looks like they will. Okay. I also have the potential for Reclaimer here, which I don't mind. I actually like Reclaimer. Just to hide the Safekeeper a little bit more. Maybe grab some more like Swords Plowshares or Prismatic Endings out of the deck. Yeah, that's fine. They spent 2 mana on it, which is interesting. I'm not too sure why. So now let's play Stage, play Safekeeper. And then we kind of get a free activation out of Safekeeper thanks to Flagstones replacing itself, which is pretty cool. Like, this is fine. Like, here we just get to sack this. The Teferi is going to fizzle and won't draw a card. And we get to trade with the Teferi as well, which is pretty absurd. And then we also have Dark Depths open. I'd probably rather not play around 2 Sorcery Repeat effects or like Prismatic Ending and Swords of Plowshares. I don't believe they run Wasteland, so I don't think we have to play around a Wasteland here, which is nice. Ponder's fine. Yeah, maybe they just didn't think that I could replace the Flagstone straight away. Maybe they were trading the chance to draw a card and lose the Teferi to me to lose a land. Swords on this. This is fine, I think. Surely they don't have more. Oh, yes, thank God. Oh my gosh. I thought they had one more. I thought they had one more. I thought they had one more. Oh. Oh my gosh. Ah, oh. Alright. That was like 4. That was 2 swords, an ending, a Teferi, and a Caracas. Yikes. Yeah, I think that like they could have potentially ticked up Teferi, but tough. Why save the Safekeeper? Yeah, there is a world there where I can just give pro to it. But that doesn't play around Swords to Plowshares on my turn. If they just allow it to resolve and then allow me to untap and then, yeah, swords in upkeep. But I guess if they would need 2 pieces of interaction for that, because I would need another one, but yeah, there is a world where I could keep it alive. This is actually a tough one. I'm actually going to bottom... I kind of want to bring in Surgical. They just have so much removal and like Snapcaster Mage as well that I kind of want to hit like swords. It's just so nice to like not care about it in a way. The tough thing is that Surgical is card disadvantage. I could also see myself going down on a Dark Depths and bringing in a Surgical. I'm going to bring in both. I'm gonna see how Surgical goes. Way to keep the Caracas in? There is no real reason to. I think mainly just to keep my land count pretty high. Because I don't usually play any legendary creatures and we don't really need to do any of ours. We are at 61, that is correct. We are playing a 61 card main deck. His hand's a little bit rough. It's got a lot of mana, but if I draw another land, I'm not really that happy, so I'm going to mulligan this. I sadly haven't seen too much zone. Yikes. Very true. It isn't card disadvantage if we spike one in the hand. I think there's a better 5. I can't keep a hand that doesn't cast anything, unfortunately. Again, come on now. I think it's bottom Night Force. I don't mind the Bog is just a land drop. Because at worst, it allows us to crop something away that we don't really care. Yeah, it turns out 7 was actually not too bad. Okay. It's a shame that like Nasted and Hullbreacher are just really nice answers to Library and also to Fairy. Like maybe there's a world where we're supposed to go Bog first, and then Forest, and then Flagstone, so we have an answer on like next turn for Prismatic Ending. Yeah. Yeah, I do need a choke, unfortunately. They just get so many looks here for Days Undoing. Yeah, it definitely could have been Bujik Bog turn 1. It's very true. Probably should have been. I was trying to get some sort of value off it, but didn't happen. Tough that we know about Force Negation as well, and they have 3 mana up. Okay. Yeah, thankfully can't force that, but I feel like they might not worry about it. Prismatic Ending? Okay. Sure. I think I'll untap first. Let's see what we draw. Stage. Okay. I'm going to hit Prismatic Ending. And try to see if they force this. Because I would love to be able to Prismatic Ending this Narset. They have one in hand. Okay, that's nice. So they have Force Negation, Hull Breacher, Pyroclasm, Snapcaster, Teferi. Pretty stacked. They're also playing Blood Moons. I'm also going to share... It's going to take the whole thing. All right. And then we might as well try. We do know about Hull Breacher, which is tough, so... Got to fight through a few things. Like, I could see them just letting this resolve because they have the Hull Breacher. But they're actually going to force it, which is quite nice for us. They didn't have a land. Teferi Bounce Library is pretty good. They're just going to tick up. Okay. Okay. That does... Like, Pyroclasm is a line here. So they drew Teferi for turn. And they didn't find a land, which is nice for us. I guess there's a world where I play Safekeeper out and don't play the Wasteland just yet to see if they go for a Volk with this Scalding Tarn. Because they currently have... Oh, they don't actually have one. So off the Tarn, they can only get Mountain. They don't have... Yeah, okay. I was going to try to bait out a duel. But I think I might as well just play the Wasteland. But maybe that actually means that there's no point in playing the Safekeeper out because we know about the Pyroclasm. But to be fair as well, against a Days Undoing, I do just want to empty my hand anyway. Right. Do I want to copy anything? I don't think I do want to copy anything here. I could copy flagstones to get an extra like land out. Ooh, they can bounce that with Teferi, which is a little bit tough, but I'm still going to play it. Hey, Dreadnought. Yeah, Jeskai is tough, but hopefully it's going to be okay. Ah, they have a Prismatic Ending in hand. Prismatic Ending was their draw. This is game 3, correct. Ah, we did exile all the endings, that's correct. Nice. Okay, well that's pretty good for us, I guess. Now they have to find like another effect. Hey Ford. Hey Mitsuka, thanks for the follows. We did surgical of the endings, apologies. It is it's a little bit early in the morning for me. But it was weird how they kind of tapped mana and it said like they're waiting to pay the costs. And the only card that I could think of was an instant speed thanks to Teferi Prismatic Ending. But obviously not. Maybe they were going to like brainstorm in response, but then like maybe if they didn't hit, they didn't want to have both islands tapped. Copy their plans to hedge against Blood Moon. Yeah, that's a good one. My other thought was like stage copy flagstones, sack of flagstones, get planes, and then stage copy forest, so that if we get to like choke in our hand again, we can then deploy choke, but then also have up like crop rotation if needed to get like dark depths if we have like access to 6 mana, 1 for crop, 2 for the activation, 3 for choke. But I do like making that play of Blood Moon. So what do they actually have? Like, they have Days Undoings, of course. 4 swords. Okay, so it's really just forces and the Teferi that can bounce the choke. They get another island. And then this is pretty irrelevant now because of the brainstorm. I'm getting bed hair, even though it's not like I'm not in bed. Just feel myself getting. Jeskai is pretty fair in the scheme of things, but it is like a big challenge to play against as the Depths deck, I think. But the up on clock does feel good, but they have a pretty quick clock, or at least they did with both Snapcaster and Hull Breacher. I'm not too sure. They didn't disconnect in the chat, so... Still here. Hey, Spyros, thanks for the follow. Too kind. Too kind to all of you for being here. Maybe they're just really thinking. Yeah, I will say it is a huge advantage on MTGO to be up on clock and not have to think about it too much. This is game 3, correct? There we go. Twitch chat energy, I like it. No shuffle, okay. I feel like I found a force effect. Oh. Not relevant. I'm gonna tap like this. I think that's okay. Maybe I actually want to hold up Knight of Autumn mana for Blood Moon. So, probably this. Or Switch Brainstorm, sure. And that's exactly why we kept the Knight of Autumn mana up. Oh, no, we didn't. We need white. Yep. I guess what I should have done is actually waste some of my flagstones in response to get the white mana. That was just a huge misplay. Yeah, big oof. Yep. That was that was kind of my plan, and then I kind of just drifted off, and now we're back on their turn. I think we can draw another flagstones as well. I think that works. This is game 3, unfortunately, yeah. This does have Force of Vigor. We do have Force of Vigor as an out, which is kind of nice. But that doesn't work because we need double green for it because we can't force in their turn due to Teferi. But yeah, this Narset's just done so much work. Ah, the Legendary Mountains? Okay, cool. It's kind of an out. But they have Snapcaster into Pyroclasm? Unfortunately, yes. Tough. Another reason to wasteland our flagstones. Hey XJ, yeah, we took out all diamonds, mainly due to the Teferi, and just wanting to make sure that the top decks in the long game are pretty strong. Yeah, this is a tough one to lose. To be fair, like, even if we did Knight the Blood Moon based on our draws, we're not looking too good anyway. So, pretty similar. I guess we get the shuffle with the flagstones, so it could be different draws. But yeah, it just didn't really work out. The Mulder 5 was brutal. And then having to keep, like, Bajuka Bog flagstones, 3 green cards. It could be trying to go fast. The issue is if you draw like the diamond start, but not the like power to get through with the diamonds, then it can be a little bit awkward. Rough. Yeah. GG's. Tough. Jeskai Halde? 1-2. Yeah, I think it's just a case of being a bit more aware of the board state and wastelanding the flagstones in response to the Blood Moon to go and get planes. That's definitely trick number one. And then maybe there's some game there. It's going to be tough either way. The Narset was MVP. Narset shutting down that Sylvan Library was huge. Daybreacher, I like that. Jeskai Daybreacher. Yeah, not being 2:30 a.m. would be nice, but we do okay. All right, team, here we go. Are we on the play? We are not. I think this hand is okay. There's obviously no white source for the source to plowshares, but turn 1 Reclaimer, we do have crop rotation if needed. Opponent is pretty well known for playing Adnors. Or at least playing Tess, which is going to be tough. We don't have a whole lot game 1 against Tess, but I don't think a hand with double swords is where I want to be either. I like the hand in the blind, but we're not in the blind. That's the big thing. I hate punishing waterfalls. Yes, I did play that match with my lands in front, but I'm a new player since then. What do we have game 1 against combo? Not a whole lot. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It does something. Bottom of second night. Dryad is pretty... Oh, they're playing Caracas? Oh my gosh. Okay. I wonder if we just go for Wasteland here on Caracas. I am wanting to hit it at some stage anyway. And I'd rather wait to see if we draw into a Mox, perhaps. Port is fine. Wow, they're attacking with the mum? Aggressive. Oh my gosh. Attacking with the mum? This person is insane. Who attacks with the mum? What is this? On the beatdown for sure. Funny thing, if we draw Wasteland, I guess they just port us here. They are off white, which is really interesting. Oh, they're playing Jide? Oh, please, please can we draw a white source here? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna go for planes. Yeah. Huge. Huge. And then next time we get to Ramanap Get Back Wasteland. Don't mind that. Especially if they're going to like spend this turn porting us off white. Okay, still not too bad. They can take us off green if they want, though. They can Wasteland, like, all... Okay, they're going to do it this way. Okay. Ooh. I could attack... But I'm not going to. Like, I could attack and act like I have Swords to Plowshares, but we don't, so... I'm going to allow us to resolve, because I kind of want to draw a green source and just play either Knight or Ramanap. But if we don't draw a green source... Okay. Well, now I'm happy to attack. No, you take the damage. Surely you take the damage at this point. Not happy. How good was the Wasteland turn 1? Let's be honest here. Opponent has not played another white source. I'm also pretty happy to play around Wasteland here, I think. Or play around them drawing a white source. I guess I can't really. But I think here I am happy just to pass with Dark Depths up. Why not Mox Diamond? I did just play the Dark Depths. So I want to have the Dark Depths online. Wow, they just didn't draw a white source. Huge. Crazy game. I do like Path. I do like Oof. Tabernacle is interesting. I definitely like Removal. I really like the libraries. I really like Safekeeper. I like taking out the Mox. The Bajuka Bog. I like One Force. And then it's kind of interesting. Endurance is always interesting just as a 3/4 flash with Reach, because it can just block things like Flicker Wisp. I am going to bring in the extra Force. I think that's pretty good. Maze is still really strong. Krax is great if they're still playing Thalia in the main deck. Ramanap's still fine. Like I could see like a Knight coming out. Yeah, maybe like a zone over Knight just as like an endgame threat that just puts bodies on the field. How can they remove it? It's really just that commando flash creature that has the Qasali Pride Mage effect. Most lists aren't running Council's Judgment. Like maybe one in the sideboard is just like a flex, but most lists are running just like Solitude and Skyclave Apparition for removal. So Judgment's definitely fallen off. I think this is fine. Jailer 2. Yeah. Interesting hand. I don't mind it. Someone reclaim a turn 2 library. We have some interaction here with Wasteland and Maze. We also just have like Reclaimer up into Flagstone's ramp. I think I just like Savannah here. Even if they go like turn 2 Stoneforge Mystic into Kaldra, we have Maze for Kaldra, which isn't too bad. So I think just building out my mana with Reclaimer is fine. Obviously a little bit tough if they have like Wasteland as well. Or even Port. Port would be pretty annoying for us here. They have their own flagstones. This is probably a matchup where I do like Blast Zone as well. Holding up 2 mana. Surely Thalia. Okay, so they're playing Thalia. Well, that makes Outline a lot easier. Just hold up Reclaimer here, or end of turn Mum, we can Path to Exile. Which, not great. We obviously want to have like a swords for Mum there, but pretty happy to trade the land for the protection. Okay. So I can potentially Green Suns down the line. I'm going to play Reclaimer out, and then probably Maze, just in case of Vial into Stoneforge into Jitte, untap 2 mana, put into play land, 2 mana, equip, attack. Which the Wasteland does also stop to some extent by hitting the Caracas here. Maybe that's the play. But is the Wasteland more important for us? That's the big question. Because potentially I could turn this Maze into, or at least this Flagstones, into a Savannah into Yavimaya, so the Maze taps for mana so we can get this Paradox Zone down. So I think Maze might just be the better play here. Although Wasteland is definitely a mana source next turn. It's just a little bit weird if I play Wasteland and don't Wasteland. It kind of shows like a weakness that we need the mana. But to be fair, like, best case we draw a green source next turn, which means that we'd have 2 mana for Reclaimer, and then Wasteland and a green, which allows us to do nothing other than Green Suns for Dryad Arbor. So I think Maze is just the best play here, because I'm not doing anything with the mana next turn anyway. Hey, Eternal Walker. Hope you're well. Thanks for the follow. Hey, Malfi. Good, thank you. Currently 3-1, which is nice, and up a game against D&T, which is pretty huge. Gonna attack first, so no use of equipment, which is nice. I am going to target it. There's definitely no reason not to. But this Vial on 3 is pretty tough. Really opens up their options. probably just Recruiter here, and then go and find like a Skyclave Flicker Wisp. Interesting. They want to cast a 3-mana spell here, like Council's Judgment. Okay. Ramming up. I don't mind just getting down the library here. See if we can get some card draw going. Ramming up's also interesting because it is just a nice blocker for Thalia to save some face. I could also potentially Green Suns for 1. I think library's pretty good. Makes them need to have something like Spirit of Labyrinth or Skyclave Apparition or another Council's Judgment if they're playing that. They went to 4 with Vial, which is interesting. That makes me think they're playing Palace Jailer. I kind of like getting to a point where I can play Ramming Up and also get a land back at the same turn. I don't want to play it out and not get value off it straight away. Another Vial. Okay. 2 cards left. Nothing. Okay. It's pretty good. Sword is huge. I'm going to put this on top. Pay for this. A little bit awkward because I want to be able to like play both of these in the same turn, but we can't currently. Because the Maze doesn't tap for mana, and the Thalia makes things cost 2. So I could play the... Oh, I can, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Well, we're good, we're good. Yes, we can play both. Come on. They put Vial to 4, but they didn't have Palace Jailer already in hand. They're putting it up to 5. Ah, they have Solitude. Okay. That makes sense. I'm happy to take the 2 here. I'm just going to hold the swords for as long as I can. I don't really want to like swords the Thalia. It's definitely not a hit. If they do have a Solitude here, I'd much rather hit that. And they have been pretty aggressive with their removals, so I could see just like a second main activate Vial, put in Solitude. Yeah, okay. One card left for my opponent. Hey GNF, thanks for the follow. Hope you're well. We knew about library. Step, Knight. I guess Knight is just best here. I kind of like Step as just a land drop. I don't think going down to 8 is too greedy. Who knows? Maybe it is. Yeah, I actually think it is. There's also a world where Green Suns is close to being better. Because it also just gives the shuffle straight away. Knight's a little bit awkward that I have to like kind of do it in upkeep. Pretty lucky for my opponent not to hit like a Wasteland or a Port yet to answer this maze. Yeah, they put the Vial to 6, which is interesting. I think they might have messed up the Vials, which is Obviously nice for us. Another knight. Okay, that's actually quite nice. Gives us something to do with our mana this turn, and also just allows us to start chaining together. Yeah, some pretty awesome threats. I think it is meant to be, yeah, 2 and 5, unfortunately. I've definitely done that before with stacking things. Oh, they have a mum? Okay. Not too scary, but still a little bit scary. They can Flick Wisp it if they really wanted to reset it, but I think there's better things to Flick Wisp, most likely on this board. That step also online now, which is nice as well, if I really need it. Opponent's still with 2 cards. I guess like an aerial attack with an equipment is a little bit scary, so maybe Green Suns here should be going for Collector Oof next turn. Yeah, we assumed that the Violet 6 was a misclick, unfortunately. Terra Angel is a 5-drop, I believe. Still double attacking. I'm gonna take the bait here. They could be running like Aven Mind Sensor. I'm just going to get a fetch land and hold it. Now see if they want to give Pro or Bounce. They can bounce and put it in with Vile. They could also be like holding a Rest in Peace to then kill the Knight, which is pretty cool. Cataclysm would be annoying, but we would get to keep the Enchantment of Library, which is pretty huge. I was going to get Yavimaya, but I do like the fetch just in case I want to get Dryad Arbor. But yeah, Yav is quite nice that it turns on Maze, but I think having Maze for the Flick Wisp is why I chose not to go for Yavimaya, just because I know I'm most likely not tapping Maze during my turn for mana. But Yavimaya is a good grab there. Even just to give you the option if you need it. They're going to let it die. Maybe they have like a Planeswalker? But then they could have returned it. Maybe they don't. Yeah, maybe they have 4 mana for a Planeswalker like Gideon. It is Cataclysm. Okay. Interesting. Sun Titan would be brutal, yes. Artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and a land. Okay, cool. Kata is pretty nice. We get to Green Suns just for Dryad Arbor next turn as well. They could put in Thalia, but we get to like double. We do lose these lands, but we get them back. And the Flagstones for us is quite nice as well. So we actually get some good mana next turn. Yeah, we get to sack the Flagstones, which is quite nice. Alright, so we choose 1, 2, and 3, I believe. Yeah. We also get a big Knight. They probably just put in Thalia here. Oh, they didn't keep Thalia, that's right. Because they cast the cutter. Step. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, nice. Put on top, pay for this. Play Depths, and then we can crop into, yeah, Yavimaya, and then we have it, which is pretty nice if they don't have an attacking creature. I think that's okay. Even though they're at 23, I think that's fine. I could also go Green Suns for... I like Dark Depths here. Flickwisp does get us. Yeah, maybe I actually just want to build up my mana here instead. Green Suns for Dried Arbor. Green Suns for Safekeeper is pretty interesting as well. They are at 23. Yeah, I think this is okay. Yeah. I like getting a Safekeeper line going. Stoneforge would be pretty solid here. Okay. I wonder if they get Kuldra. Oh, we're at 5? Yikes. I did not realize we were at 5. So I guess here we're getting Step, right? And giving Pro Black. Now I can definitely understand the Cataclysm. Oh, they can just give Pro, right? Oh, no. Oh, could get Maze. Maze is in the bin. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Do we have another out? We can see if they block. We can see if they don't get Pro. There's a world. All the wheels coming off. I'm going to call that a 305. Oh, they go for the Pro. Think. I can get Yav, which gives us 2 mana. Yeah, we're 1 mana short from like crop into Dark Depths. Block and Sajiri. We won't be able to block because I'll give Pro Green here, I believe. Fetch Dried Arbor. Paradox Zone is just like a nice big threat for these longer games that sometimes occur. I can't make Lage, unfortunately. Probably pretty happy to run this back. Dried Arbor is a green creature, correct? Yeah, I'm pretty happy to run this back. Hey, Julian. We're currently 1-1 against Death and Taxes. So hoping for a start with Prismatic Ending, because Ending's just the cleanest answer to both Mother of Runes and Aether Vial. Hey Connery, welcome. Not at all. You came at the best time. Yeah, I think there the play was, if we knew about it, was using the Knight to get the 3rd mana for Ramanap and then getting the land back from the bin being Maze of Ith. I just didn't even consider my life total to be 5. I thought it was a lot higher than that. But obviously not. Great hand. Really nice. Turn 1 Dried Arbor, then we have Swords up. Yeah, maybe I'll use the library. To be fair, I don't think I used the library too aggressively. I only purchased 1 card at 17 life. But mistakes were made. Come on, Mum. That's fine. Would have been a 6 we got Yavimaya, that's correct. Maze. Kept Dark Depths when we were at 10. Ah, there we go. Port's gonna be okay. Ugh. Big yikes. If they want to trade a mum here, I'm more than fine with that. Interesting that they put mum in. Because now it's open to like prismatic ending. Wow. This, yeah. No. Thraben Inspector would have been pretty hilarious. Could have also like untapped the Dried Arbor there, but hopefully it's okay. It would mean we could then like crop rotate into like after like a Thalia, so it's relevant. Yeah, it makes me think they're pretty hard on like removal here. Caracas. Three mana. Prelate on 1 is very good here. Yeah. Okay. I think I wait to see if they have an end step creature or not. Jeez. Nuts. Kill a hand. I mean, like Swords, Mum, Vile, Mystic, Prelate, Caracas, and Port with a basic. See what they get. Maybe they don't get... I guess they can, like, port this down and then Cauldron if they have a land. Yeah, this is just like a start that I cannot compete with. Could have cropped for Maze for Thespian Stage. Should have also like forced before they got to put the vial up, but live and learn. Maybe they'll like try to flicker out the Maze of Earth here just to get damage through. Yeah, it's gonna be really tough. I don't think we can beat the Prelate. We have to draw like Knight of the Reliquary, and then they just then attack with it. Prismatic Ending, that's true. Skyclave. Okay. Like, do I really care about the Vial now? I think it's just got too far. They already have 3 mana. Yep. Tough. Wow, they are getting really aggressive. I guess they could have like Flicker Wisp or like take out one of these, but then we can just sack a land anyway. I can't float mana in the way that I want either, so this just happens. Interesting. Yeah, there's no point floating green because I can't like float green and then crop in the way that I think you want me to. Jeez. Just like hammer, hammer, hammer. Just get Wisp. It's all downhill, because even if I like path the germ here, they get to reset it with Flicker Wisp. If I force the Vial, they can just like Flicker Wisp in and hit like Recruiter. Just way too much value. Oh, we were dead like ages ago, but I thought it would at least play it out. I thought they might take the foot off, but no, the deck has been very good. Crop for Wasteland sadly wouldn't do anything. I guess I would deal with Port, but then they can just flicker it out. Yeah, so I can float green, but then like I could crop. Yeah, if I path the germ, then they get to reset that with Flicker Wisp, which is tough. I kind of want to like force the Vial, so they have to like put in Flicker Wisp now because they might not have the third land. But yeah, it's not. Sadly, just too late. Tough. Yeah, it's definitely remove Vial first, but I think all roads for them just lead to victory. Like 2-4ing myself on the Vial when they then get to like 2-for-1 themselves back is just like tremendous card loss. That there's no great way to do anything there. Yeah, like guess we can hit Port. But then they're still getting in for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Sadly, no fight. Tough. That was brutal. Like, yeah. Turn 1 Vial, end of turn Mum, Stoneforge into like Flick Wisp. Yeah. Tough. Alright, up against Yawgmoth PT. Up against the Yuri deck. And this is a tough one because we have Ending as a play, and any land gets us the combo, and a green source allows us to crop. But definitely tough. Like, it's gonna be D&T, and like the Ending does answer Mum or Vial, but this hand doesn't really do anything against like a quick Stoneforge Mystic without another mana source. But it's tough. I think we have to. I don't like it. I'd rather hit like a Mox hand. Again, unfortunately, just like the mana here just really doesn't add up. I think the 5 here, and the only 5 that I really want is Mox Diamond with Sylvan Library. I think that's what I have to just go for. No, but again, like green mana but no white mana, and the first 2 were no green mana. Tough. I think we just keep cheap interaction and just hope that like we can go like Yav into Green Suns for Dried Arbor, and then Thespian Stage copy White Source. Okay, that's interesting. Even though they're probably holding up Sword Splashes here, I still like just building out my mana. And if they do want a Swords here, at least it's one less for Reclaimer or Knight. It's pretty good. Spirit, okay. Not too bad. I think I like Wasteland here, just to take them off 3 mana next turn. I also have to deal with the Krakis at some stage. Like if I go stage here, I'm probably just copying the planes and then just passing. I'm also just gonna like act like we have crop rotation here. I have a second Krakis, rough. They could like flicker this, which would be pretty interesting to like keep us off white. But I think now it's a pretty easy just swords in the Stoneforge and wait another turn. A white source at the top is what I really want, so I can swords and knight in the same turn. Hey XX, thanks for the follow. Surely it's Caldra. I think Caldra is better than like life gain. White sauce? Nice. I am not playing tower. Definitely could be. And I probably should in a non-saga deck. No sword is pretty nice. But yeah, tower is quite nice against D&T and also quite nice against 8 cast. Just a nice way to get through those little Thopters. Skyclave, yeah, brutal. I think like crop rotation is probably just my best draw here. Ending isn't too bad, but we only have a few colors here. Can ending for 2 doesn't do a whole lot. Does take some of the pressure off, I guess, at least. Yeah, cool. There's a world where they tap their mana wrong as well. But I assume our opponent is on it. Yeah, Wasteland as well is really good. Okay. To start. I could have attacked there with the Dried Arbor. Definitely should have. What's this? Mind Sensor? Solitude. Yep. Pretty happy to block the Skyclave, because at least we get a 3/3, hopefully. I would definitely take us off green here as well. I don't think there's any reason to not Wasteland here. Especially when you already have Caracas and you're at 24 life against the Dark Depths. And a lot of like really good top decks and like Flicker Wisp. We don't have like Crop Rotation open, so pretty easy trade. even if they did like tap Crackers here and attack with both creatures, like our opponent would have to really stuff up here for us to get back in this game. Because being at 24 life means they most likely untap with the Crackers as well, even if they tap it here. Tough. Not the way I want it to go. Solitude, Flick Wisp. I would definitely be surprised if we were winning against D&T in game 1. Yeah. Tough. Path. Endurance. Force. Zone. I don't mind the tab. Bog. Relic Knight. I feel like this is okay. Having the extra endurance is kind of nice against a lot of their flies and just a 3/2 flash creature. But I could see a world where Knight is better. I'm going to try out the tab. We didn't try it out last time, but there is a world where keeping the off mana can be pretty nice, especially if we target their vials a little bit harder. I don't think I'll bring in the extra. Yeah, it's very true, Achilles. I could definitely see Dark Depths going down to probably 2 copies. Could potentially go down to 1, but I kind of like having a backup. I think, yeah, 2 is fine. I'm gonna trim on a Knight and bring in the extra force. So I do want to go hard on having an answer for turn 1 Vial. Yeah, Mox without Loam is tough. You do have the Ramen app to get back that value, but it is obviously a lot longer. But I've definitely seen green-white lists with Loam, which is cool. I know that Vuk has been working on his Abzan list, which is pretty sweet. I think this is okay. Okay, pretty happy to keep this. I'm going to lead on Windswept Heath so we can Swords at turn 1 Mum and then untap in Library. I'd love to see them like Caracas Vial potentially too, because we have the prismatic ending for that. A Dark Poet, very cool to hear. Very nice. Non-basic here would be great. Nice, because then we can go like prismatic ending on like something and then wasteland them. Wonder what they name with Needle. Maybe Thespian Stage? In the blind? Yeah. Okay. And Mum. Sure. Pretty happy just to pay at this point. Just to maybe not the Dried Arbor. This is actually pretty interesting. I could use the ending or save the swords for something else. Ending does hit like stage if I really want to go off, but I don't think that's how I'm going to be winning this game. Prismatic ending could potentially hit a 3-drop if I'm worried about... I think I'd rather save the sword. I think the sword just has a bit more upside, especially at instant speed. I also don't mind being aggressive here. Getting another wasteland. Okay, that's a start. I don't think I want the Caracas, and if I do want it, I can just get it down the line. I think I like just Forest Pass, and then next turn Green Suns for Reclaimer, but hold up Crop for Step. But I also like keeping that Caracas on top in case they draw Thalia and play Thalia, if they kept Thalia in. Shadow Spear, okay. Interesting. Probably a few 3-drops in hand. Knight of Autumn's pretty good. Gonna go for Savannah. It's not really a card I care about here though, so actually I'm just gonna Green Suns for Elvish Reclaimer. No swords. Saga's interesting. I think here I'm actually going to take it out so they can't tap it for mana with the trigger on the stack. which is pretty nice, because they didn't have a play last turn, so I assume they don't have a play this turn unless it's Solitude. Yeah. This is fine. Pitching a Recruiter as well, which is pretty huge for us. I think based on their mana, I might actually take out the stage here. If they get Cauldron, we do have swords, which is nice. Cool. Put on top. Put on top. Swords this. Play this. Attack for 2. Jit's fine. Probably want to find another creature here. Like a knight? No. Find a step. Not what I want. But I kind of want the extra white source. No, I don't. So I could just try to attack for 4 turns. I don't mind holding back Reclaimer here and getting a shuffle. Nice. What do they flicker? Probably just a land here? Sure. Up. I probably just want to get another flagstones, but then it doesn't really do anything because there's only one. There's no lands left in the deck, so I think it's just Dark Depths, and then like kind of make them have to hold up the Caracas. And now I don't mind just getting aggressive with the Reclaimers. Well, there's the Green Suns as well, which is nice. I believe all Wastelands are in the bin. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty good, thankfully, in this game. Opponent just got stuck on 2 mana for a little bit too long. I just want to see them try to equip something, and then just swords in response. Just to see if they use mana here. Opponent having a big think about their turn. I'm going to path it because then we just have lethal on the swing back. It could have Solitude, I guess, but thankfully not. Do I want to change anything? I don't believe I do. I really like Paradox Zone. It's just a card to try to draw into when we like both run out of resources. Obviously, that's pretty hard to ask from Death and Taxes with so many ETB triggers and value of their creatures, but I think I'm happy with just sending this back. Interesting to see the Saga. Probably should have expected it. Big game ahead. Big game ahead. The funny thing is, like, green-white I think has pretty good mana, but there's been a few opening hands in a few matches now where it's just been pretty tough. Hey, kind of pasta. Pasta, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh. Hey, Achilles. Yeah. I should. It's getting pretty early. Yeah, Paradox Zone is sweet. Should have really had a nap before this, but went out for dinner, had a few beers, saw some friends, which is nice. Hard to give up on that. But hey, a huge thank you to everyone who's come in and watching. Means a lot. It's really, really cool to play some Legacy, especially in front of a good crowd. So, thank you. I hope you're all having nice weekends, all staying safe with COVID around, of course. Enjoying 2022 and what it has to offer so far. And thank you, chat, for lethal. There's been a lot of times. All right, here we go. Haha. Yeah, Connery. Connery gets it. Again, like, no white mana, or no green mana is just really unfortunate, and I don't think I can keep this. Yes, but it doesn't have a great answer to turn one mum. Oh. Okay. Right. I think I still like just Green Suns here. for Dryad Arbor, and then next turn we can hopefully play Library and Reclaimer. Oh, opponent 6ing potentially? Nice. If they didn't have a 1 land, a 1 CMC, if they didn't have a turn 1 play, I assume it's a Stoneforge hand. It has to be. Wow, Solitude, the Dryad Arbor? Maybe they have, like, Port here? No. I did not expect that. Did not expect that. Probably just basic into Library here. Plains. There is a world where, like, if they have Skyclave here, yeah, I should have just gone for Reclaim or Hold Up Crop, but I think this is still fine. Alright. I like Fetch here because it allows me to turn the Reclaimer online if need be into a 3/4 with crop rotation, which is kind of cool. I think here we just have to go for Dark Depths, and then if they name 1, then we just have like Dark Depths online. I'm probably happy to get rid of the planes, to be fair. No, this is fine. Interesting. Green Sun's Zenith for Safekeeper is pretty strong here. I like that. They could have like Wasteland or Caracas here, which does put us back a little bit, but we do have a 3/4 blocker, which is really nice. Yavimaya would be a really nice draw. What do we have? Dryad Arbor and Exile. Okay, so it turns off Dryad Arbor. Okay, so they have Caracas. That's fine, because we have the Safekeeper. Solitude, sure. I think we definitely save this. Most likely just taking out Plains. I could take out Forest. We have a pretty high... But then it turns off the Green Suns. I think it is just the Plains here. Yeah, because, like... We're drawing into maybe Knight of the Reliquary, but otherwise, like, all the 1s are turned off anyway, so... And, like, next turn we can turn the Forest into Yavimaya, or destroy Yavimaya. Path, okay. I could see them putting Yorion into hand this turn. That's pretty good for them. I think it just has to be Yorion into hand. Recruiter's pretty good. Probably just Flick Wisp. Solitude. Really tough. Like, is it worth saving? What if I trade Forest for Flagstones? And then save. They do get in for damage here, though. Like, they now go above, yeah. Okay. They haven't drawn a Wasteland yet, so I think I should play around Wasteland. They do have Caracas, but we do have Safekeeper. There's a world where, like, yeah, maybe Green Suns earlier on for Ramanap would have been okay, but I would have been off by a mana because the Dark Depths doesn't tap for mana. We don't still have Arbor, unfortunately. We can naturally draw crop rotation to work, but like Sajiri Step on Reclaimer gets through. Oof. Yeah, now it's tough because they could have like they can, with Recruiter, they can get another Solitude. They have Skyclave Apparition. Like, it's just too late, unfortunately. I can't path, unfortunately, because the prelate's on 1. So I can't cast the paths. But they can, like, Skyclave, Safekeeper, and yeah. Pretty tough. Like, I could try to, like, give protection now, but then they can crack us in response, then we lose another land, and then in upkeep they can just Solitude us. Definitely tough. And they can like return Yorion to hand to have a white card for Solitude. It's just a lock, unfortunately. Yeah. Just too late. I can't cast Path. This is on 1. Huh. Yeah. Tough. No real way out of it, unfortunately. Because, like, even if we allow the Safekeeper to go there, then they can just upkeep Caracas, the Marit Lage, they can Solitude the Marit Lage. Just a tough one. Tough. That is 3-3, and that's going to be a drop from me. But a huge thank you to you guys for coming in and watching. This was really cool to play. But sadly, just couldn't get there. I don't think I can, like, stay in the event and get prizes. I think I just have to, if I am going to sleep, I just have to leave. Yeah, definitely started out okay, but just, yeah, I think I should have definitely had a sleep before the event. That's definitely a big one. But, yeah, I think, there were some nice plays in there to pull out from a pretty mediocre performance, but that is Magic. Learning from your mistakes, learning from your losses. But, yeah, a huge thank you to you guys. You've been awesome.